time, right?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Good evening, and welcome to the City of Leon Valley City Council regular meeting. Today is Tuesday, August 15th, 2023, and it's approximately 6 p.m. And we do have a quorum. It is all council members are present with the exception of Council Member Martinez, who is excused. He's had a death in the family. And I've asked Councilor Will Bradshaw to please lead us in the pledge. Councilor Bradshaw, thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. Agenda item number 2. The City Council shall meet in executive session to discuss the following. Number 1, Section 551.087, deliberation regarding economic development negotiations, closed meeting, RE, the City of Leon Valley, Texas, and Mom and Son, LLC, located at 6430 Bandera Road, Suite 89. Agenda item 2.2, City Council shall meet in executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, Section 551.072, deliberations on real property at 6602 Peachtree, sale offer. So, with those items read, it is approximately 6:01. We will move to executive session. Thank you. Okay, we're back from executive session at 6:32. And we have agenda item number 4, which is citizens to be heard. I should hear from them first, and then we will discuss the action from executive session. And then there's a consensus among our council that because the mom and pop agenda item was in executive session, we will go ahead and move your item 10.2 as the next item after we hear from citizens to be heard and hear from the executive session discussion. So, with that said, anyone here in the chambers like to address the council at this time? Please come forward.
Hi there, my name is Rita Kalmar.
Okay, wait a minute. We've got that is straining you. I can just tell it. Now, did you want to talk about this at your agenda item, Mom and
Yes,
Pop?
please.
Okay, so if you'd like.
No, I'm not the mom and pop. I'm
you're
sorry.
not the mom. Oh. Mom and son, by the way. Mom and son.
Mom and
Oh,
son.
Mom and Pop.
You want me to go sit and let them finish?
Mom and son. Oh, she's the realtor. Okay, I'm so sorry. I thought everybody was together. Okay, very good. Thank you. If you'll please state your name and where you reside.
Thank you, madam. My name is Rita Kalmar. I am a realtor for the home team of America Realtors.
Okay.
I do represent Ms. Oraya Lopez. She's present. She is the homeowner of 6602 Peachtree here in Leon Valley. We are attempting to sell her property, which has been on the market now over 30 days. We did have an offer, a very good standing offer at one point that was a cash offer for $272,000. Ms. Lopez has had her property appraised, and it appraises for $268,000. We are proposing to sell the property to Leon Valley because of its current situation, or I should say its outstanding situation, with it being deemed as a flood zone through FEMA. Unfortunately, because of this, we have lost out on the really good offer that we had. Other attempts to sell the property, of course, mentioning the fact that it is in a flood zone and that Hebner Creek is adjacent to the property, just totally closes any idea of the sale of the property. She does not feel that lowering the property at this time is in her best interest. Even if she were to lower it to a $230,000 or $40,000 is not feasible, especially with an appraisal at $268,000 that validates the sale or the worth of that property. I know that the city of Leon Valley is not currently working on anything as far as drainage. I know that you do have the trail, I guess the bond for that to work on your trail. I think it states you have been working in the park to improve the trailways, but nothing to improve the drainage as far as flooding. I would hope that the city could see, like they saw the properties out that are now currently the pool, the community service pool and the community service area and the Raymond Brimkus area, that they could see purchasing the property at 6602 as valued in their best interest. It's unfortunate because other than this, I don't see this property selling anytime soon. And, you know, again, the one offer we did have, which was really valid and really good, was a cash offer. She actually contacted the city of Leon Valley and spoke with the fire chief, who then proposed to tell her how he had to evacuate that whole street in 2021 because of flooding. Ms. Lopez here states that they did have flooding, but never did it reach to the levels of which the fire chief mentioned. According to the other realtor, he said that the Leon Valley fire chief said that it actually had been in the client's house. You couldn't even see the street signs.
Thank you.
On July 6, 2021, he went to your client's house and evacuated everyone on the street. Your clients withheld a lot of info. He said the water got all the way to the slab. He knew about the remodel. He knew everything about your client's house. The park has been evacuated multiple times this year.
Yes, ma'am. We do have a 3-minute.
I'm sorry.
Yes, that's okay, and I hate
forgive
to
me.
interrupt you, but I think you've made your point, and we greatly appreciate it.
I
Thank
do
you.
appreciate the time, and if you would just
Bet.
consider it again. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address the council at this time? Please come forward. You are able to speak on any agenda item, so that the citizens be heard. And thank you for this. This was the executive session agenda item, so that was appropriate. But this is usually for something outside of the agenda. So, no, that's okay, but this is appropriate. Anyone else? Okay, I don't see anyone else that would like to address the council, so let's move to agenda item number 5, possible action on issues discussed in executive session if necessary. And at this time, we had no action that was going to be taken on any of the agenda items in executive session. So we will move, though, because the mom and son that we did discuss in executive session, they are on the regular agenda 10.2, and we did not want them to sit through the whole meeting until we could get to their agenda items. So the council has graciously permitted me to move regular agenda item 10.2 as the next agenda item to be discussed. Mr. Salinas, let me read that agenda item, and if you will continue. Presentation, discussion, and possible action to expend economic and community development funds in the amount not to exceed $7,500 to purchase a variety of commercial kitchen equipment to start a new bakery in Leon Valley. And we have Roque Salinas, our Director of Economic Development, here this evening to present. Good evening, Roque.
Good
and
evening,
welcome.
Mayor and Council. We kind of talked a little bit about this business in executive session, and for the public presentation, we're going to have a little bit of a similar presentation, just a little bit less information that's private. So the mom and son business has submitted a grant request to the City of Leon Valley to buy commercial grade equipment. Total equipment is $20,000. Their grant request was for 10. The grant that I recommended is for $7,500. It is the council option is to approve, deny, or to modify the amount, in whichever way you want to go. A little bit of the background. So Mom and Son Bakery are very popular on Facebook and their social medias. They are actually selling bread out of their home. They cook it in their home, and they go out to these food trucks only on the weekends. They've done extraordinarily well. So well that they want to open a business here in Leon Valley. This will be their first ever storefront, so we're very excited about this. The business would generate sales tax for the city. Again, their social media presence is very impressive. They have about 3,000 followers, which is actually more than the city's official page. So they have more followers than we do. So they're very active on that, and that's how they inform their customers of where they're going to be. The location for this business is going to be in the Bandera Crossing Shopping Center. Something else that we want to address in the city's economic development plan is that we want to bring down occupancy rates, we want to bring down vacancy rates, and we want to make sure that we have buildings that are being occupied. This one has 10 suites. Only 4 of them are being occupied, so it represents a 40%. Space-wise, only 48% is being used. They're going to go in there and take a huge amount of space, 2,100 square feet, right in that corner. So they're doing the city bringing back economic development into this area, and we're very excited about that. You can see where they're going to be at. It's going to be in this corner, so they will continue the stretch of Wing Daddy's, Web, and WellMed, and then they would be right here. This was a former restaurant, so they're pretty ready to go. It's not going to be a huge teardown, but they're still working on it. The condition of the building was not fantastic, so the property owner is doing some remodels. They're getting new floors, new counters, and they're getting a variety of new things in there to make the property, retail turnkey ready. So we're very excited about that. Putting them in there will bring occupancy to 50% and usable space up to 56%, which is a good thing. This is the list of requested items. You can see that they total about $20,200. Again, this is just an estimate. It's not everything they're asking for, but this is what they initially submitted. It is part of our economic development plan and statement to help these businesses come into Leon Valley. It is part of our strategic goals as well. Our recommendation, the business submitted a grant request for $10,000. The Economic Development Department believes that they're worthy of a grant. We are excited that they're coming in. They're excited that they're starting up their storefront. However, we recommend that the amount be at $7,500, as we discussed earlier. The property has already assisted with some rent assistance and some upgrades to the building. So there's already people that understand the severity of having this building filled up and not being empty, especially on Bandera Road. So it's in my recommendation that y'all, kind of come together as a group and help the property manager and the property owner and help this business, and we kind of come together and help them out to start their business here in Leon Valley. This is at your discretion, and I'm here for open for comment.
Thank you. And are the applicants here?
They are.
If
So
you
I'm
introduce
going
them?
to I'm going to get their name. I'm going to get his name wrong. But this is JC. He goes by JC. What is your name, sir? Jadi. Come on this way.
JC?
Jair. What was his
Oh,
name?
I'm sorry.
Jariel.
Oh.
And I got his name wrong. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But he goes by JC. This is son of mom and
His
son.
son.
And then this is his sister, who will be the manager as well. So it's a very family-oriented business. But he's here to answer any questions.
Okay, very good. Welcome. We're so glad you're here.
Thank you.
Great. And how long have you all been in business, working out of
Open
the
in
home?
business since February the 4th. That was first registered
Of this year?
of 2021.
2021. Okay, very good.
2 years and some months.
2 years and some months. Okay, excellent. Great. And I had another question, and I'll let the council ask the questions too, but one of the things that we had asked Mr. Salinas is how much is in our fund
We
that
roughly have,
we
yes.
can give money out of to the end of the fiscal year, which would be September 30th, 2023.
Yes. Through all the grants that we've given out this year, we have roughly around $27,000 left.
Okay,
So this request is not over that amount.
Right.
So the council has discretion to approve
Okay.
higher or lower.
okay, very good, very good. And I know we had some treats in the executive session, and people were raving over the bakery. So I didn't eat any, but I know some of my colleagues did. So I know you got a rave review
You
from
had to
them.
try it with coffee.
Yes, yes. Okay. Any questions from my colleagues on the, or just go ahead and, Councilor Bradshaw.
Okay. So, yeah, thank you for bringing the treats. They were delicious. Appreciate that. And we just were wondering, like, what are your hours that you would think that you're going to plan on be opening?
So according to, we're really familiar with how busy this Bandera Road is. I used to work at Cabinet Toyota, so I'm pretty familiar how busy it is. We're trying to open from 6 in the morning to 6 p.m. on the afternoon. At least the first months, that's going to guide us to see if we need to extend those hours or cut those hours to open a little bit earlier. It's all going to be depends. But for the first months, possibly the second months, we're going to open from 6 to 6. Tuesday through Saturday. Again, we're just monitoring to see how well it's going to be with those hours, to see if it'll stay like that or any hours has to be adjusted on the favor of the people that are living in Leon Valley.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Councilor Roscoe.
Thank you, Mayor. I saw the square footage that you guys are going to get. And is this just to-go items, or are you going to actually have tables where patrons are able to sit there and enjoy with coffee or?
Yes, so as of right now, we've been operating, as Rocket mentioned, we've been operating next to food trucks, just to go things. It's been like that since we opened. Our hope is to bring people in, not just singular person. It's more families. We're a family business, and we wanted to promote that. That it's more nice to be around with people that you love, and so we're trying to bring people and dine in, so they can sit down in the morning, whether it's reading the newspaper, which is nowadays digital, but to sit down, get their coffee, and also their breakfast way before they go to work.
Okay, and the reason I was asking is because Churros is just down the street, and they developed a place where you're able to enjoy your pastry or your coffee there, and it's turned out to be very successful, and it might be just as successful because it's totally different what Churros is.
Right.
You know, and thank you. That's what I need to know.
Okay.
No
Anyone
problem.
else? Thank you. Counselor Campos.
So I understand that you currently have a business that is a food truck business.
No, so we're located next to a
Next
food
to
truck.
a
Right
food
now,
truck.
we're open a canopy with a table set up where we have a display of what we sell. You come, grab, and go.
Okay. Would this serve as like where you would prepare food for that location as well?
Yes, so we have the idea, and we hope that we can continue what we started. More like to bring those people that are usual to go there, grab and go. We wanted to leave it there, so we're going to be able to work at the business here in Leon Valley, but also to provide to the canopy next to the food truck. Yes.
Thank you.
Do both. Yes, Counselor Stevens.
So I have three questions, and just building off of that last one. So when you guys get settled in Leon Valley, will you have only one sales and use tax permit at that point, and will it be here in Leon Valley, or I'm getting at when you collect sales tax at your remote locations, will that be remitted to the comptroller through your Leon Valley certificate?
So the comptroller will only issue one sales tax certificate. You cannot have more than one active certificate. So whether he's cooking here and doing every now and again, going to the food truck park to sell on a Saturday or Sunday, the restaurant would still be located here, so he would pay taxes. The sales tax would be allocated here, yes.
Okay.
Okay. And then two other questions.
Sorry. But the sales tax is already registered to Leon Valley, so that.
Oh,
gives you
okay, cool.
that,
Good deal. And then, so you have a lot more equipment than what we'll be reimbursing you for, obviously $20-something thousand. How are you funding the other portion of the equipment that y'all will get? Is it like 0% credit card, line of credit? Do you know how that will be?
So it's been we don't have savings. We've been trying to do it as we sell, based on credit cards. It's been hard. We've been getting, since we're a small business and especially home baking business, we've been getting a no from everyone, even showing what we are capable to do as a home baking. So we're doing it based on credit cards, and we're trying to do as much as we can for the little bit that we can afford based on credit cards, not because we have savings.
Okay, I see. And then the only other question that I have is, one of the items, it was a three-phase electricity item. Do y'all have three-phase electricity already at that location?
When you said three phases,
One of the items you have is, I just want to make sure that you know, because otherwise you'll be paying a lot. I think the cooktop, I believe, is a three-phase. Trying to find it. Yeah, it's like a three-phase, and I just want to make sure that you already have that at your location.
You're
I know
good,
some
yeah.
of the commercial locations in Leon Valley don't have three-phase electricity run to them already, and just something you may want to look at.
No, you're good.
before.
So the business that was there already had the one in there. We had to remove it because it's way too big. We noticed
okay.
that the electricity it was going to be different than what it could be for the smallest one. So this three phases has the connections way different than that one had. But we do consider that it's very necessary for us to be able to make, based on of how busy the road is, and we believe that with its basic size, it's not going to be enough. So that's why we're doing that. There's a bigger one than that, and that's why we didn't go over that one that you see on the list.
Okay, cool.
Okay. You can go ahead and say. Go ahead.
So
Yes.
the extra the ventilator that it's in there, it's also reduced on the space. And we wanted to put a fryer next to it, and based on the fire hazard issues, if we do put something next to it with the one that was already there, it was going to exceed that space. It was going to go over that space. That would have required more money, and because of it, we're trying to reduce as much as we can for what we know that we're capable to pay for, afford.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess that's good. Are these prices? Is it from Webstaurant?
Yes, that's the one we have seen.
Okay, because I looked up some of this stuff.
No,
I
no,
just
go
want to
ahead.
make sure you're
No,
getting
no,
a
go
good
ahead.
deal.
Yeah, they offer
and
website.
they offer, just make sure the electrical connection that you have is correct, because otherwise you will be paying thousands of dollars to CPS Energy.
No,
to
you're
run
good.
it.
We have done
They have other
research.
options, and it's the same price. But
No, no, you're good. Thank you so much. Yeah, we considered that as soon as we removed the stove that was on there already. We have connections that we're just plugging in. You have to have a box where it's kind of like those like car batteries that have different cables to different plugs. The big one has 10 of them instead of 6. So it did require a special connection. But on this one, we have did the research, and it doesn't require that many of a connection. And if it does, it's very simple. We have already an electricianist that walking through it with us.
Good.
I hope I answered your question.
Okay. All right. So, would someone like to make a motion that we discussed in the?
Want me to make
Yes,
the motion?
Councilor Bradshaw.
Yeah, so I would make the motion that we approve the grant for up to $10,000 in equipment reimbursement.
Okay, yes.
Well, I'll just second it, but if I can ask Counselor, do we need to indicate specifically about the equipment that is being purchased not to be used as collateral for their other loan?
Well, I think we
Well, I
discussed
just
it,
want
but
won't be. If
clarification on it.
that's why I asked my
Yeah.
question about the credit.
The credit
Because
card.
if it's like a line of credit or a credit card, it won't be collateralized at all.
Okay, then I'll second.
all right. We have a motion by Councilor Bradshaw and a second by Councilor Roscoe to approve the Mom and Son Bakery through Economic Development Grant up to $10,000 for their commercial kitchen equipment. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. All right, thank you very much. We appreciate it, and welcome to Leon Valley.
Congratulations.
Yeah, have a blessed day.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Mhm. You bet. All right. So, we will then now move back to presentations, and it is 6:55.
Two more people for which one?
Presentation 6.1. I'm sorry?
Sorry, because these two individual, I just don't want people to.
Oh, I see, the plat. All right, let's do the plat. Thank you for that.
Can we move
You know, we just
10.1?
don't ever know when we,
Presentation's 144 slides.
mhm. Okay, so we're just basically taking the regular agenda first. That's basically what we're doing. We didn't think about that, yeah. But anyway, on 10.1, let me read the agenda item, and we will take that agenda item next. Presentation, and we do have a public hearing and possible action to approve a replat with requested variances on an approximately 0.854 acre tract of land, being the north 133.20 feet of Lot 7 CB 445L, Dirt V. Murchison Hebner subdivision, and we have Mindy Teague, our Director of Planning and Zoning, here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Thank you,
Glad you're here.
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So the council is being asked to approve a replat with requested variances on approximately 0.8 acres of land. It's located on Hebner Road between Hooves and Evers, adjacent to the silos. Your options are to approve or deny. The property owners wish to construct 7 duplexes on the property, which would give you 14 units. The property owner is also requesting variances to connect water and sewer mains and sidewalks at the time of construction, and to replat only a portion of Lot 7, which would become Lot 8. Per our city engineer, the replat meets all the city requirements, and platting is required before construction can begin. So there's the property on your map. You can see where the silos are.
Mm-hmm.
So on the top, that is all of Lot 7, except for the little rectangle, which will become Lot 8. So they're replatting a portion of Lot 7. And Lot 8 is on the other, to the left, right. So 17 letters were sent out. 0 letters in favor, 0 letters in opposition. 1 did come back undeliverable.
Okay.
So the plating process is the final step in being able to develop the property, which will bring increased ad valorem and sales tax. We do have the applicant here, the owner.
Okay.
If you have any questions for him or
Yes, let's introduce himself and come on up to the podium and see if we have any questions. Good evening, and what is your name?
Bhagavat.
Bhagavat. Okay. Good evening and welcome.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Glad you're here. And so, how long will this process take? After I know you've got to plat it, but I mean, do you from point A to point B?
We are already working with general contract. We are already working with
Okay.
general contractor.
Good.
And we have our almost final plans ready.
Okay.
So we are
All right.
talking to Mindy and Melinda in city for rezoning. I mean, we did initially we had.
It will be a PDD.
Oh yeah, PDD.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So we're just doing the plating, but then we've got the zoning issue after that. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay, very good. Well, this is just the replat, so it's how it's going to be laid out. So we appreciate that. And I don't have any further questions unless my colleagues do. And if not, we do have a public hearing as required by the ordinance. So let me open up the public hearing for anyone to comment on this at 6:58 on Tuesday, August the 15th. Does anyone have a comment on the platting of this property into eventual townhomes? Duplexes, excuse me. That's right. And I don't see anyone else, so we will close the public hearing at 6:59. And we are able to vote on this. We stand in line for a motion.
Mayor, I'd like to approve as presented.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilor Campos and a second by Councilor Orozco to approve the replat as presented on this property. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. So this is a good first step. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really
Thank you.
appreciate you being here. All righty. Take care. Okay, so now we're going to go back to presentations. I promise. Okay. Presentation 6, number 1, presentation and discussion of the proposed budget for FY24. And we have Dr. Caldera, City Manager, here to present. And
Okay, so I'm kind of going to
welcome. Thank you. I know we met on this on Thursday, so we got a
we got a
lot.
lot of stuff to kind
lot
of
of
go
stuff,
over,
uh-huh.
but I'm gonna go over this, but it's also gonna bring in the next item on the agenda, which is the proposed tax rate, and so they're kind of go simultaneously. I'll need you to actually, tonight you're not going to vote on the proposed budget. It's just for y'all to hear, make any last minute changes. You will hear and have to approve the budget on September 5th. Like, no matter what, you'll have to approve that budget. The item you're going to vote on tonight is the item following this one, which is the proposed tax rate, because we have to do all those publications. Like, as soon as we adopt tonight, Carol's going to leave here and start sending the emails out to get the publications in for the proposed tax rate, because we're at the wire. And so I'm just going to go through the proposed budget and go over all the changes that we've made with the residents. Hold on just a second. I'm going to switch the screen. Over the course, I mean, we've been dealing with the budget, so the council knows since February, we start looking at the items and adding and going over your packet. We start reviewing capital early on in like March or April, is normally when you start seeing the capital. So this is a long-term venture of what we where we're at and where we're going. And so the items that have been deleted from the original budget that we first started discussing is first item is the item that we added, which was a $75,000 staff utilization study. We did delete $400 for a .gov, and then we added some outdoor patios for the library. After reviewing the budget with the council the first time at the retreat, we went ahead and we started going through some capital. And some of the capital that we deleted was a detective vehicle, but we added a patrol vehicle. We deleted a patrol vehicle from the general fund and we added it to the traffic safety fund, which is also known as your red light camera fund. The fire department, we deleted the UTV and we left in the Venahood. The fire department, per our last conversation, has made the change. They are going to keep the Venahood for one more year and we'll be purchasing the UTV. So that's the only change from this this particular slide. We deleted $15,000 for covered parking, and then we deleted the MIH position. Public Works is we deleted the boom truck, which is $80,000, and the ATV for $20,000. The general fund items deleted and moved with special events is $28,000 for the Jazz Festival. So the council has decided to host the Jazz Festival based on city birthdays. So like every 5 years, we just had a birthday. So every 5 years, we'll be hosting a Jazz Festival to celebrate that city's birthday. So we won't have a Jazz Festival next year. We will, of course, have the 4th of July. We deleted the merry-go-round, the dog park, a hike and bike trail. We added a sprinkler system to the Alberti based on a recommendation from a resident that lives on Alberti Road. We deleted $50,000 for circulation desks, and we deleted the hotspots in the library. The hotspots were originally done through a grant, and then because COVID stuck around a lot longer than we thought, we've extended that and paid for that out of general fund monies. And now that COVID has, I would say, gone away, but we have 2 council members up there with masks on. We are still reducing that by $5,000. In your original budget, we were projecting about $50,000 in credit card processing fees. It looks like we're tracking about $39.9. It was like 45 and some change. So I reduced the credit card processing fees by $10,000. Fortunately for us, we haven't been getting sued as much as we were in the past. So I have reduced the I sounded funny.
Yeah.
I have reduced the TML retainer by $10,000. I still left. We did get sued last year. I mean, with the chalk artists.
Yeah.
So it's not like we've lawsuit free. It's just not happening as frequently. So I did reduce that by $10,000. I did reduce printing by $67.50. After taking a look and just tracking the items in the manager council fund, it looks like we were projecting a little bit lower than we had. So I went ahead and reduced it by $6,700. The information technology, I took out the $72,000 for the Microsoft Office 365. And then the planning and zoning department, I reduced inspections by $84,000. We were projecting some new subdivisions to come in next year. For sure on the books, we know that we have 1. The other 2 are kind of still a little bit in limbo. And so I did reduce that. And by reducing that, I reduced the engineering fees. If something were to transpire, like come to light, and we all of a sudden had this influx of houses being built or those projects ended up coming to fruition, we would just come back to council for a budget adjustment on that. But there are washes. So most of those inspection fees are paid by the developer. And so Mindy will be coming back to y'all shortly to increase some of those fees because y'all sign new agreements with your building inspector and your health inspector. And so you will have those fees increased here in the next couple of months. And so it should be a wash. For your police department, I did decrease the animal boarding by $6,000. We were anticipating some added boarding fees, but we're able to reduce that. We're using still some rescue centers. We're still utilizing Paul's Ranch. I'll be giving an updated presentation on where we're going with animal control here in the next couple of council meetings. I'll provide an update. Repairs and maintenance, we did reduce in PD by $6,000. The repairs and maintenance in PD is because we're purchasing, as you'll see through the rest of the budget presentation, a total of 5 new vehicles. Therefore, hopefully with the purchase of those new vehicles, you wouldn't have that much repairs and maintenance. In the fire department, we did cut Lexi Pool, and then we reduced his repairs and maintenance by $20,000. Y'all did purchase 2 new fire trucks, and what I could tell from the repairs and maintenance that you've been doing in the past is most of the repairs and maintenance in the fire department were going towards the fire trucks, repairs, stuff like that with the fire engine. Since you have 2, hopefully you won't be spending that amount of money. In the Public Works Department, she had other contractual. We did reduce that by 10,000. PPE, we did see where she was tracking, and she wasn't tracking about 8,000, so we reduced that. And then she had repairs and maintenance external. Part of this was like repainting of the building, redoing the floors in the fire department. We're just not going to do that for next year. So we did reduce that by 30,000. She had 10,000 in other undefined materials and supplies in the Parks Department. Again, it's just something that we really weren't tracking at the time. Like, it's not heading in that direction that we're seeing in this current year budget, so I did reduce that. And then we did have the full-time library person. I know it says part-time, but it was a full-time library person, and we did reduce that. We're also going to reduce the library hours, and the library beginning October the 1st will be closed Sunday and Monday. We do have one issue with the yoga. Yoga is normally set up for Sunday, but they'll just be moved to a different day. In the enterprise fund, 150,000 in the backhoe is deleted. In your general fund, your capital reserve is 2.8. Your emergency fund is 1 million, so we're sitting at an estimated 3.8 million. The emergency fund alone represents about 1 month of operating, and your combined represents about 3.2 months. This budget is based on the 0.484739 tax rate, which is your current tax rate. Your operating revenues are sitting at 13 million, an increase over FY23 by 1.2. The fund, the FY24 budget again is based on the 0.48, which is the same tax rate as last year. Your operating expenditures are 14.2 million, an increase of 954, and this is due to personnel, supplies, and contractual. You can delete hike and bike trail. It's really personnel, supplies, and contractual because we did remove the hike and bike trail from the revenue side of things. And the expenditure side, it got moved to capital. Your capital expenditure are 2.6 million, an increase from 2.6 million. And it's 1.9 of that is a hike and bike trail. Just the general fund summary. If you take a look at your general fund, we were able to, you have, 15 million in revenues, and you have 16 million in expenditures. But if you back off the 2,689,000 in capital, you have a balanced budget. Your, I guess I should mention, and your ending fund balance will be 2.8 million. These are just the breakdown of your revenues, your ad valorem tax, how it breaks down, and your sales tax. These are your franchise fees. When we list franchise fees on the front page, this is the breakdown of your franchise fees. Your license fees and fines, these are the breakdown of all your license fees and fines. These are the grants that we normally get, and so again, you'll see the hike and bike trail. However, the hike and bike trail is not considered a revenue source. But we do get PD grants and fire grants throughout the year. General fund revenue summary, you can see the breakdown here. These are just kind of like the miscellaneous other revenue sources that we have. And then we get into the actual budget itself. You have municipal court. Their total expenditures are about 426,000, which, as you can see from last year, is just a slight increase. Your finance department did go up quite a bit, but I'm also paying for Vicki to stay on 1 additional year to continue to train the finance director. So that's why you'll see that increase. Hopefully after a year, year and a half, that should level off. Your manager council did go down, but we moved a lot of items back to public works. So we had like building maintenance and certain items, the cleaning contract were all in the council manager budget, and we moved those to the public works department. We do still have in the capital a $15,000 server for next year. Your information technology pretty much stayed the same, and again, we removed the Microsoft Office 365 from that plan. The police department went from 3.3 million to 3.5. The majority of that is in personnel services and increase in inflation for fuel. We did delete both of these vehicles from this capital, but we did move the detective vehicle into traffic safety. Impound lot did go up, and this is one of the items, as I discussed with you on Thursday night when we were talking about possible budget adjustments. For whatever reason, the appropriate salary we think was the wrong person was put into this salary line item, so it wasn't budgeted appropriately. So that's why you'll see such a drastic increase from last year to this year. The fire department went up. Again, the majority of this is personnel cost, as well as like increase in fuel and just inflation for certain items.
And excuse me, does that reflect the deletion of the MIH?
Yes, ma'am.
It does, okay.
We already deleted that, yes.
All
ma'am.
right.
The kitchen hood, again, we will not be purchasing the kitchen hood. You will be purchasing the UTV instead, and then you have the ambulance scheduled for your ARP funds at 3:30. Public Works Department, as you can see there, we went up slightly again due to personnel costs and some of the inflation stuff. Again, we went over the line items for each of these items several times. In the Public Works Department, we're leaving the crack seal trailer, the sidewalks, and the Bruce boom. Planning and zoning went up slightly, and the majority of this is dealing with professional services as well as salary. We pay for a half part-time person, half out of fire, half out of planning and zoning, but for most of it has been paid out of the fire department. We just split the salary, so that's why you'll see a little bit of slight increase on the personal side. Economic development, you can see that it went up. We moved, we left the project funding, whatever was remaining, we left it at $121,000. Again, it doesn't require you to use all that money. It just allows for us to continue to do projects. Special events went up slightly. We did delete the Jazz Festival, and we did back off a little bit of possible overtime, but if you remember the Jazz Festival, most of the staff that you saw there was exempt staff, and that's because we didn't have to pay overtime. On the park side, what happened, and you'll see a huge increase here, is Kevin grouped everything under public work. Like, he didn't separate parks out, and so we're just going back to the old way and we're separating it out. And you also, of course, have your capital. Your sprinkler system, that was for the 4 parks. Your hike and bike trail for segment 1 is 1.9. And then the El Verde kind of sprinkler system is 107, which we added. Again, that 107 and that 120 will be paid out of tree mitigation funds. It's on the very, very first general fund summary slide, and it's broken out. Your library actually went down slightly. We took out the circulation desk and the person. Moving on to your enterprise fund, your budget is balanced here. Your revenues sit at 5.2. Your operating expenses are 3.7. You transfer out for debt services about 105,000. You transfer out for personnel services about 1.3, and you're sitting with capital at 914. This is water, sewer, and stormwater fund balance. Your ending fund balance here is about $2 million. You have personnel or operating expenses in the amount of $3 million. And then we break it down. This is your water, with your expenses being 1.7. We're buying the excavator trailer, your replace water mains and water rights. This is your sewer. So there's a little, you'll see some big differences here, and the main thing is when Kevin was here, he tried to separate water, sewer, and stormwater into like 3 different accounts. And the way we had been doing it in the past is we had water and sewer, and then stormwater kind of was its own thing. We basically put it back the way it was, so you'll see some discrepancies in the funds. We're planning on replacing 250,000, and then 224, which was remaining in our ARP funds, will go to the Warsbach sewer main replacement. This is your stormwater. Your red light cameras sitting with an ending fund balance after we purchase everything is 259,000, which is a big decrease from last year. The council had made a big strive of not spending any money in the traffic safety fund because we didn't know what the legislature was going to do in regards to the contract. They wanted to make sure that they were able to still fund some of the salaries. However, the legislation did not take up that item. And so the council feels comfortable to spend this year. And if the council wants to take up that legislation again next year, then I would recommend the same thing, that you would save whatever you have remaining in your fund balance. Your red light camera personnel comes out to about 1.5 million in expenditures. The majority of that deals with salaries. Traffic safety, we're spending about $867,000. What we're buying out of capital is the command vehicle, the Jaws of Life, in-car camera system, 3 patrol vehicles, and a school zone motherboard. The American Rescue Plan is the ambulance in the Warsbach water main. You will see, and this will be new for Mr. Campos, but your Crime Control Prevention District has to, per the law, has to have its own board, its own budget, and y'all function as that board. The city secretary functions as the secretary for that board. And so your next council meeting will start at 6 p.m. because we'll have to call that board to order. You will approve the minutes from last year from the Crime Control Prevention budget approval, and then you will see the Crime Control Prevention budget kind of like on its own, and then you will vote on that budget. But for these purposes, we group it all together, but I just kind of want to give you a heads up on how that process goes. Budget is balanced there. We have operating revenues about $408,000, operating expenditures about $352,000. It funds 50% of your assistant chief, 1 patrol officer, and 1 investigative sergeant. So your ending fund balance is $559,000. Your crime control prevention district prevention expenditures is $272,000. Your community center fund, your budget is balanced here. You have operating revenues of $155,000, your operating expenditures of $156,000, and then you have a capital item for $60,000, which is the adding of like a kitchen area at the conference center. Your community center budget has an ending fund balance of $147,000. Your total expenditures has $216,000 for your community center, and the majority of these funds go towards Crystal Miranda. And your community center capital is the $60,000 for the conference center kitchen. Your street maintenance tax. Your ending fund balance is $633,000. Your special revenue funds. Your grant fund revenue is about $2,856. Your expenditures are about $5,000 for your LEO's funds, law enforcement training, that it can only be used for law enforcement training. You have building security, and it does usually pay for 1 court bailiff. You have child safety funds, $14,000. We have expenditures about $5,000. This usually pays for the school crossing guards. Municipal court technology, this usually pays for ticket writers. And then you have debt service of $687,000, and your expenditures are $687,613. You have your police forfeiture fund at $253,000. You can only use those funds again to purchase police equipment, and you can't move that equipment anywhere. It has to stay in the police forfeiture fund. We do have capital in there for a video server of $54,000 from the police forfeiture fund, a copier for $8,000, 2 patrol vehicles of $130,000, and 1 undercover police vehicle for $60,000. On the personnel side of things, you will be funding a 2% merit. You will not be funding a cost of living, and then this also pays for the longevity for the employees. The proposed budget includes funding for the city's medical insurance program, which provides medical, dental, vision, life insurance coverages. The program provides, and you'll see that this evening for our health insurance. We don't pay for dependent care coverage. That cost is on the employee. It does fund the retirement at 19.86. We will be closed for city holidays as we normally are from December 22nd till Monday, January the 1st, and we'll reopen on the 2nd. There are no increased personnel for first responders, and this does not fund a contractor to maintain the LC-17 project. The next step, you will have the public hearing and the formal adoption of your budget on September the 5th. Your tax rate ordinance first read will be September the 5th, and your public hearing and formal adoption of the tax rate will be September 19th. That concludes my budget presentation. for this evening. I think it incorporates everything as we've been discussing over the last several months, for the most part. And so I can answer any questions, or we can move on to the proposed tax rate.
I just had the one, I know we talked about moving salaries from the enterprise fund.
So we did have
We
that
didn't-
discussion.
But we didn't do that, right?
We tried to do that, and it just impacted the general fund too much, so we're not doing that this year.
And what was that amount, like
It came out to about 400,000. We were going to move 400,000. At the end of the day, I think we got it down to 349,000.
That was
You
so that-
could, you could do that if you want to raise your tax rate to
Right,
0.50.
exactly. But we were thinking about that so that we could put more money towards infrastructure.
Correct.
Right? So, but we decided not to do that this
Correct.
year. Just wanted to clarify that. Okay, any other questions from my colleagues on the budget? And if not, we'll.
Provide comments?
You may provide comments, yes, sir. This is the most important part of our job, is the budget as a council. Yes, sir,
So,
go ahead.
Dr. Caldera, number one, thanks for the presentation.
Yeah.
You know, all of us looked at this in different ways, and we all came up with hard decisions on what we were going to cut, what we were going to include. And I just want to compliment you, the way you came up with a plan to make cuts where we could still be an effective city and still carry out our operation. And I also want to thank you for coming up with the creative ways of shifting the capital improvements that we were looking to fund into different other funds, like the
traffic safety.
red light camera fund, the community center, and the police forfeiture. We moved many of the CIP needs from these funds. So I want to compliment you about
Thank you.
that.
And those compliments go to Vicki Wallace. I mean, she couldn't be here this evening. She was with us on the 10th. She puts a lot of effort into the budget, as well as Carol and Yvonne. I mean, everybody. It's a team effort around here. I know some of the directors, I hadn't had a chance to. I was out. My daughter had her birthday, and so I was out for a couple of days. So some of the directors, I did have a chance to speak with them about some of the cuts, but some of them I had not. And so I know this is coming as a little bit of a surprise to them, but I do have, we'll have those discussions at staff meeting tomorrow.
So just so the citizens know, there was $819,000 of CIP-type expenditures taken out of the general budget and put into these special funds that we had money for. So I, again, want to thank you for that. So that's all the comments I had.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, I mean, it's a labor of love, and y'all been working, like you said, we've been working on this all year. So yes, special thanks to all of the staff, Vicki, Dr. Caldera, Yvonne, and Carol, for all your efforts, and all the staff. So we've, kind of come full circle. We've had a lot of changes, but I think this is gonna meet the needs of our citizenry, and I do appreciate all the effort. Thank you. And Councilor Stevens.
Yeah, so I think, and one of the things we scratched from this was the shift of dollars to the enterprise fund, and I just wanted to. I think that is a good idea for the long term. I think it needs to be like a gradual thing, just to invest in the water and sewer infrastructure. But I did want to point out a couple of things regarding water and sewer infrastructure, that we've funded a significant amount of capital expenditures over the past couple of years from ARPA funds. In fact, and then we're even using the remainder ARPA funds, 220-something thousand.
24.
In addition to the 250,000. So we are still spending more this year than we've done in previous pre-pandemic years on water and sewer infrastructure. But I think it's probably good to keep that up and try to do some type of adjustment, gradual adjustment over the next couple of years. So.
Very good. Thank you. Any comments here?
No, I just want to mirror what Councilor Campos had mentioned. Thank you so much, and your staff was great. And it was just not a birthday party. It's something you had to plan for a whole year, probably.
Yeah. I just had 3 other comments that I forgot. It's amazing that, we had to cut, but there's some positives that's coming down the pike. And I mentioned it on the Thursday meeting, that Dr. Caldera and I got a call from the county, and they have extra ARPA funds, and they're going to go out for an RFP for the suburban cities to apply for water and sewer projects. And we do have a shovel-ready project, so we're very hopeful that we'll get one of those projects funded on El Verde Road. So that's a positive. The dog park we had to delete, which is really, I mean, I'm like Mr. Stevens, we've been talking about it, but hopefully maybe Google will come through. I don't know, but I know you've been in contact with them. And then also today I was reading in your report, and that I did not know, that the fire department has been applying for an annual grant to get a brush truck. So maybe this will be the year that we get the brush truck. So, you know, I love the way that we just keep on trying for other alternative ways of meeting the needs of our community. So thank you.
And we did find out that there is a grant opportunity coming out August of next year that we possibly will qualify for a dog park.
Oh, okay.
Specifically. So it'll be a year from now. So we'll definitely make an attempt at trying to go out for that grant. And I did talk to Google, and y'all will also start seeing your franchise fees from Google next year. We just couldn't anticipate how much that will be. The same thing with the reason we were so conservative and we did a lot of cuts, as well as we really didn't know what the ad valorem tax was going to do with the tax exemptions. This will be our first year that we have a full year to kind of really see what that will do as far as dollars is concerned. And then we would be able to spend a little bit more when I have a better idea of what those tax exemptions are really going to do. We know dollar amounts and we know estimations, but it's good to see a full year of something in effect for us to be able to plan for next year a little bit better. And then, you know, I know some people don't know, but your sales tax as well seems to be kind of, inflation is going down, is leveling off a little bit. And we anticipate a small decrease in not sales tax necessarily, but there's a new law that passed that they're not going to charge taxes on family items like feminine hygiene products, diapers, wipes, and so that you won't get charged sales tax on those items. So we don't really know how that will impact. We have some estimations on what that looks like, but again, we don't know how that will impact our budget for next year, since sales tax is a good portion of y'all's budget. And so those are some things we did take into consideration when we built your budget, to try to be as conservative as possible. Once we have a clear understanding of how those things are going to impact our budget for next year, hopefully next year we can get some more items on our wish list.
Right. And, you know, I got an email. Councilor Martinez was not able to be here this evening. He was really apologetic, but his mother passed, and so he really wanted his voice to be heard. So he emailed me some comments that I would like to just read out of respect, because I know he would be here if he could. And he said, my thoughts on the budget: I feel the budget is not balanced, or is by manipulating items to make it appear balanced. I believe we need to set the tax rate at 50 cents instead of 48. We need a little cushion for unexpected items. Number one, as a city, we cannot exist keeping the tax rate at the no new tax rate. Number two, employees' raises and cost of materials and supplies continue to increase. Number three, do we want to return to being a training city? Once police and fire department personnel get trained by our tax dollars, they leave for jobs paying more money. 4, there is no money in the budget to replenish our reserve fund. We need 4 to 6 months of reserve. And number 5, closing the library Sunday and Monday is the wrong way to balance the budget. I foresee we will be coming back with budget adjustments regularly. The money comes out of our 2-month emergency reserve fund. And he's concerned about the 20% tax deduction and how it impacts this budget. But like you said, this is our first year. We don't know. But he does have that concern. So I just wanted to read that into the record. Thank you.
I thank you all for your participation in
That's right.
this budget. I mean, again, it's a team effort. And so I didn't make these, cuts and decisions all on my own. It's really, we provide y'all a budget and kind of give y'all as policymakers to decide what the citizens of this community want. So we really appreciate everybody's involvement in the budget this year.
All righty. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Mata. Good evening and welcome.
Yeah, Eric Mata, Canterfield. Just wanted to thank you guys for not passing on this burden to the taxpayers. I know there was some discrepancies in regards to the budget and numbers, and it would have been an easy thing to hike the tax rate. And of course, I totally disagree with my friend Benny Martinez. But I thank you guys again for taking the time and your direction to city staff to put together or to get to work on these cuts that were necessary. What else? There was something else I was going to say. Oh, and I know it's not part of the agenda, but yeah, condolences to Benny Martinez.
Thank
and
you
his
very
family.
much. Appreciate that. All right. Anyone else before we move on? We do not have any action on this agenda item. We will approve it on the September 5th City Council meeting. So we will move on then to the next agenda item, which is 6.2.
So again, I'll make this kind of, sorry.
I was going to just
Sorry.
I was just
My
going to read it.
fault.
Yes, presentation and discussion overview of the 2023 tax rate, and we did discuss this on Thursday.
Yes.
So this
As
should be
well as
pretty
I
quick.
did just now on the budget, and that's why I kind of said I'm taking the next two. It just basically boils down to your FY 2022 adopted tax rate is 0.48. Your no new revenue rate, so Mr. Martinez said he would we shouldn't be adopting the no new revenue rate. You're not adopting your no new revenue rate. Your no new revenue rate is 0.42. The voter approval rate is 0.50. You are staying with the same tax rate, so right in the middle at 0.48. And so that's what we're proposing in this year's budget. So you can kind of take a look at your M&O and INS.
Can I ask you, why is it different, on the M&O and INS this year? You see the difference. Why was that? Uh-oh. Did I point something out?
Well, it was when Kevin put it in,
Okay.
y'all changed it a couple of times and he didn't go back and changed it. I mean, he got the total amount right.
Okay.
But in the budget, the way that y'all adopted it wasn't necessarily correct, so we just corrected it for this year.
When I saw that, I thought, why did we
The
change that?
total
Okay.
dollars is still the same, but
Okay.
he didn't break it down when he presented it to y'all the right way.
Thank you. I'm sorry. We keep.
Nope, I know, I keep
We keep-
regurgitating.
we keep regurgitating Kevin and his errors.
I
Yeah.
know, and,
Sorry.
lessons learned. And so original taxable value, again, is 0.48. The new taxable value, again, your next steps would be on September. You'll actually see on September the 5th. And then you'll hold your public hearing on the proposed tax rate on September, because we require 2 reads. It'll be 0.48.
So, can you go back? I thought there was okay, so this is without the exemptions.
So this is after your new
Oh, this is with the
exemptions.
exemptions, that's right. So that means that the property tax will decrease overall.
Correct.
By $126.23.
Roughly, again, guys, this is we
Yeah,
use
exactly.
estimated numbers. I mean,
So-
we're using a possible tax average home of 230,
And that's-
and I think for this year's 204.
Yeah, and that's with keeping it at 0.48.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, and then, yeah, so that's a plus for our citizens. And then when you look at what the legislature did on school property taxes, I think you'll see a significant decrease this next year. What do you think, Mr. Stevens?
With the school tax thing, so long as your house isn't a super high value, because the super high values will still increase more than that. Change in exemption will decrease it, but I think it's like $450,000 or greater, your house. But I did want to point out also with that slide that had the increase in, that slide right there, the decrease. So this is obviously only homes that have the homestead exemption, not
rental properties.
rental homes and stuff like that, not commercial properties.
Businesses,
Which they'll have the same tax rate as last year. I think we can be very proud that this year is the year where we've approved the biggest exemption in Leon Valley's history, and even with that biggest exemption in history, as the PowerPoint showed before, we have an increase in our operating revenues of $1.25 million more than we've ever had in the past, which I think is something to be proud of. Obviously, a portion of that, I think about half, is ARPA hangover funds, but nonetheless, it's still something to be proud of. But that's also reflective of how much the valuation in properties have gone up over the past couple of years, especially. So I think the citizens will be very pleased for the most part with this exemption, and especially now that people are still continuing to struggle with the cost of of everyday essentials. So I think this is a step in the right direction, and I'm proud that we kind of chartered this route for our citizens, because I think the overwhelming majority of them will benefit greatly from the moves that we've taken this year.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Yes, Councilor Bradshaw.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I agree with Councilor Stevens. And kudos to the city manager and finance director, everybody that worked hard on balancing the budget and keeping the tax rate the same. I think it would be a mistake to increase the tax rate at this time, with so many people struggling, and which is the other reason why these exemptions will help. And I would just like to add, it sounded like, you read a lot of Councilor Martinez's letter, but maybe paraphrase some of it. So if you could add that to the record.
Certainly
I'd
will.
appreciate that.
Thank you. I will add it to the record. Yes. Okay, may I have a motion then to?
Sorry, this doesn't actually have a vote. The vote on this item is just presentation and discussion, but I wanted to get consensus because you'll have to vote on September 5th.
At .48
Because
at
once
the last
once we
meeting.
publish
Okay.
the tax rate, we've done our publication
Okay.
requirement, and so I'm seeing consensus at the
Okay,
point
so I
48.
thought, okay, yeah.
Okay.
There's
Okay.
no vote. I'm sorry. I'm usually pretty good about that, but I just remember you said we got it.
I just want a decision. I'm sorry. I just want to make
Okay.
sure I had consensus.
Very good.
Thank
All
you.
right, excellent. Thank you. All right, we're going to move then to 6.3. Discussion and possible action to award the fiscal year 2024 group insurance bid for employee medical, dental, and life insurances provided by Gallagher Benefit Services. And we have Lisa Hernandez, our Human Resources Director, here to present. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
You're welcome.
Is this it? No. This is, yeah, that's.
And is Matt here? I didn't see him. I just wanted to be sure if. Okay. Just wanted to be sure we would recognize him if he were here, so thank you.
But they did provide, Gallagher did
Yes.
provide us several negotiation options for a renewal of our medical, dental, and life insurances. There is a 4.65% increase from last year's
Not too
rate,
bad.
which is not bad at all, because we did
No.
project in our budget of 11%.
Mhm.
And I think 2-3 years prior, we've had 0% increase. So
Right.
we were expecting more, but we were lucky to get it down
Yeah,
to 4.65%.
that was great.
The base plan that we have is a different plan that we currently have. However, it is comparable to our current plan. Can't see that. Can we make that bigger or no? The calendar year deductible remains at $2,000 for the health insurance for employee only. The max out of pocket is $6,000 for the proposed plan. The office copays did increase slightly from 30 to 35, and then from urgent care from 55 to 75. The ER copay did also increase from $100 to $500. That is probably the most significant increase in regards to the medical renewal for Blue Cross Blue Shield. Our employee-only premiums went from $666.41 to $697.38, which is about a $30 difference. We do continue with dental and life coverage for our employees at 100% cost. There is no changes whatsoever for the dental and life insurance plans, other than a $1.18 increase from the premiums of employee only. The city does cover 100% for employee only dental and life. The other benefit options that we have for employees include a buy-up and buy-down plan for medical. The buy-up plan decreases the deductible of $1,000. The buy-down plan increases the deductible to $7,000. However, the city does pay the base plan premium, which is $697.38 for employee only. So if they wish to buy down, they could have more coverage towards their dependents. If they wish to buy up, they would have to cover those costs in addition to. That we also do provide a dental buy-up high plan. The city does pay the base plan premium rate of $24.87 for employee only. The employee is responsible for any difference above that. The other supplemental coverages that we provide, the city does not cover any of those costs. It is burdened on the employee at 100%, which is the vision coverage, critical illness, accident plan, and basic life AD&D benefit term option plan. The fiscal impact for this fiscal year of 2023, actually it's for fiscal year 2024, is $32.15, which is a $4.65% increase from this current year. We are recommending to renew the bids with Blue Cross Blue Shield for our insurance plan, which is a medical, dental, and life insurance, and to allow for employees to buy into the optional plans for medical and dental, as well as the supplemental plans if they wish to.
Okay.
And that is basically everything we have. It is less than what we had budgeted, and
Sure.
it is already currently in the budget.
Exactly. Okay. So we do need to pass this evening as part of our budget process. So are there any additional questions to Ms. Hernandez on the medical, dental, or life plans and what the city pays for and et cetera? Okay. Any questions from anyone in our chambers? All right. If not, then let's have a motion, please. Thank you.
Sorry, I move to we adopt 6.3 as presented.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilor Will Bradshaw and a second by Councilor Ray Orozco to approve Agenda Item 6.3 concerning the Group 24 Group Health Insurance bid for the employees as presented. Any further discussion? Yes, sir.
Yeah. So
Mr. Orozco.
Mr. Orozco. I thank you for the presentation. I think we should be, or we should be proud that the insurance premiums only increased 4%.
Yeah.
I think there's our state has. I'm just great, and we should all be grateful to live in the state of Texas for the non-burdensome regulations that are imposed on healthcare, the whole field of healthcare. I think our legislatures on both sides are always very cognizant of the regulatory environment for healthcare. And if you do just some quick Google searching of like state year-over-year increases in healthcare premiums state by state, you'll see that Texas is consistently one of the lowest. And then I just looked up like Georgia, 20.3% year-over-year increase. Colorado, Wyoming, Alaska, all over 2 digits of increase. And so I think that, and obviously whoever the broker is that we're using for this is trying to keep us at the lowest that, they can do in a high inflation environment.
Yeah, we just renewed with him, just re-upped his, yes, go ahead, Counselor.
Commerce had a 20% increase, Kerrville had 13.2, Bernie had 13, Live Oak had 6, Schertz had 7, Bulverde had 10%, Chavano Park had 31,
Wow.
Fair Oaks had 7, Pearsall had 20, Almost Park had 12.
Oh my gosh.
So, sitting
Well.
at 4.65. Now, if we would have stayed with the plan we were currently on, we would have had a 23% increase. I could see some behavioral changes that needed to be done, especially with ER. That's why we opted for a plan that increased ER to $500. People were going to the ER for like UTIs and stuff. And so hopefully this will change behavior. And that normally happens every couple of years or so when I have younger staff people come on and they don't have primary care physicians. They tend to go to the ER. I've done a $500 copay before in the ER, and it's retrained behavior. And then we'll be able to go back to a similar plan with a lower copay in the future. So hopefully next year we'll have lower ER visits for what's not really an emergency because there's a $500 copay. So it was just an effort to find a plan that could help. Again, retrain utilization. We want to make sure, and then that was the other reason you see a difference in your prescription coverage as well. It's just to kind of retrain the usage of using generics.
Well, thank you for sharing those numbers because, and thank Matt Stedman because he did an excellent job to keep our numbers down. So.
Just so you know, you'll have a $32,000 savings to your general fund because we budgeted. That'll just roll over into the reserve.
Exactly. All right. So.
Yes, I just have one more. Was there any changes made in this year to our our pharmaceutical formulary?
Yes. So I changed. So a pharmacy. The biggest usage national trend is Ozempic. And so we used to have
Oh, yeah.
40 and 60, and so everybody was falling under the $60 copays for Ozempic, and then you had like a cash difference. So now Ozempic will fall under the 100 with a difference as a primary specialty drug. We didn't do that. Blue Cross Blue Shield, I think Aetna followed suit. You have to basically pay up front for some of those drugs before the insurance comes in, unless you're considered unless you actually have diabetes. So the insurance company has made those changes on their own. Nothing that we did. But we did change the prescription coverage to break up the tiers. So most of the brand name are going to fall under the $100.
Okay.
That may be something to explore in the future. I don't know what UH's the hospital systems. I do know that they're kind of like leading in this area because they kind of follow the TikTok trends with pharmaceuticals, and I know that they went in and they completely deleted all those weight loss fad drugs off of their formulary and tried to push their employees that want to do that into surgery, and they've seen some significant cost savings. And I think that because I'm just expecting a huge premium rise next year, that may be something that we as a city want to do, because these drugs they're over $1,000 a month for most of them, and ultimately we pay that price in our premium because there's no real discount that the insurance is getting.
Hopefully with Blue Cross Blue Shield, their internal change on how they're going to label Ozempic, metformin, Mounjaro, it's labeled completely different. So it's not just a $100 copay, it's a $100 copay and a percentage towards the deductible as a specialty.
Oh, okay. Are they requiring prior auth?
They are requiring prior auth.
Oh, okay, that's good.
So those are the differences that will be happening. And again, that's not something we did. It's something Blue Cross Blue Shield implemented, as well as some other health insurance providers.
Okay, very good. All right, we do have a motion and a second on the table. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you again. Appreciate all your efforts. All right, moving then to agenda item 6.4, presentation, discussion, and possible action to create a new economic development program to demolish and clear vacant lots for redevelopment. And we have Roque Salinas back, our Economic Development Director, here to present. Thank you and welcome back.
Hello, Mayor and Council.
Yes.
So this is a kind of, I'm trying to blank here. This is a return, I guess, PowerPoint that we're doing. Again, we want to have this as a tool for our development staff. We decided not to put so much information and so much clear guidelines on this one. We want to make sure that we have an opportunity to vet every project individually and to make sure we come up with a good process. So we made some changes based on your feedback, and these are those changes. So the summary of the project has not made any changes. We still want to have this program to redevelop properties that are not being utilized correctly. We all know there's a lot of properties here that are vacant or just abandoned. So we want to make sure that those properties have an opportunity to be redeveloped. And if we need to be the ones to give a little push, then that's kind of the best approach to it, so we can get some of these buildings occupied. The eligible criteria still has not changed from the last time. So you would need to have, you cannot demolish a building after 10 years. It must be, free of any liens. It must have a plan. So, the eligibility criteria has not changed significantly from the last time. So we want to make sure that this is not a demolition program where we're just going to demolish abandoned old buildings because they're deteriorating. This is a redevelopment program, so there's criteria that they have to meet. The application process, here's where we've made some changes. We made some changes based on the feedback from the council. We want to do the same process we're doing with the grants, where an application would come into the Economic Development Department, a decision would be made, an approval would become an example, kind of like what we did this afternoon with the executive session. Now it will come back to council, and the same process, you would need to get two people on board. We would have to ensure that every property is meeting certain guidelines. This is a little bit different. We want to be a little bit more restrictive on these types of grants just because we don't want someone to turn around and demolish a building and, sell it for 5 or 6 times more. Property here in Leon Valley is more valuable for the raw land than it is on the building sometimes because, it's the building is pointless. So we want to make sure that that's not in place. So we put some language in there to kind of get our money back if that happens. We would need to have a performance agreement, right? So again, every building that would come down, any property that we are going to clear for development, there would have to be a separate performance agreement where we would have more strings. We are going to look at sales tax. We're going to look at jobs. We're going to look at what types of jobs. We're going to look at the property. If you're going to do an improvement to the property, if you're going to do, zoning requirements, we're going to do a lot more things than just kind of, oh yeah, we'll demolish it. Tell us what you're going to do later. So we're going to hold these developers with a lot of strings to them to make sure that if the property is demolished by the city, there is a plan in place. There are expectations, and we have something in our back pocket to ensure that they're following through with everything. So that was added to this. It was in passing in the old agreement, but now we've made it a more detailed approach, and we kind of tell you the things we're going to be looking at in this sales factor. So if a property doesn't generate sales tax, that is okay. That's not a disqualification automatically. If you're going to bring in 50, 60, 70, 80 jobs that are high paying and you don't generate sales tax, that's also an economic benefit. So, right, there's a variety of factors that we're going to be looking at, and that will be laid out in the performance agreement when we sign with that property manager. The fiscal impact, it would vary based on the number of awards. We keep looking at the Old Comfort Cafe because that's the most recent one we had. Estimations came out at $22,000. But again, it has to do with the environmental issue. So the initial table that we had in there, we'll have an asterisk and we'll have some kind of disclosure, right? Even though the building meets a certain criteria and size, it has to be available based on the funding that we have available. And it has to be reasonable, right? If a building is going to cost, like that Comfort Cafe was $70,000, the rate of return on a building like that is going to be years down the road. The city is, I am not in the position to it's not my recommendation to make a bad deal for the city. So we would probably go in and say, we can help you with a portion, or we can do this, or we expect this in return if it doesn't go through. So that's the kind of things that we want to look at. It is not a free and clear, you meet the criteria, let's demo the building and see what we get. It's going to be a lot of expectations on the developer that comes in. The staff is also open to tax abatements. This is something that is new as well. The reason we added this in here is that in case a building like a Comfort Cafe is $70,000, is $100,000, and they are looking for something like that, and we cannot, we can only give them 15, 20, 30. Well, maybe a tax abatement on the property for X amount of years is another benefit that they can get, right? A demolished building, a vacant building like the Sonic is only bringing in around $5,000 a year for us in property taxes. That's public information. If once you build that and divert it, you have that money for so many years. So that's an extra benefit you're getting, and we're not paying up front for cash, right? It's not coming out of a reserve. It's just a little bit less of a hit for us that we can spread out over the years. So that's another approach we'll take. Again, I wanted to make sure that this is not going to be a one size fits all. It is a case by case basis for every single one that comes into our office, and we're going to make a very diligent review and make sure that we make a good deal for everybody involved. Again, going back to the Sonic, we saw this last time. Traffic on here is about 18,000 right in front of it. This is text dot information from 2021. Going back to the property value, you can see right here. So we only get, I take it back, we're not even getting 5,000. We're only getting $1,950 a year for this. And the building is not even valued anymore. It's just the property itself. So again, if something like this were to happen where we can afford to demolish the building, an abatement on the property, whoever buys it, may be another benefit that they can use. And the building right next to them is the Bill Miller's. You can see the significant change in value and revenue from this. So I know that we have some concerns about kind of the city giving out too much and kind of doing that kind of thing, but we have to make that push. That Sonic has been vacant for a long time. There's other properties that have been vacant for a long time. We kind of need to be a little bit in the front end of the driver's seat to make sure that these businesses are willing to do that. We're not going to make a bad deal. That I always say that we're not here to make bad deals, but I want to make sure that we're at least opening the door and having a conversation with somebody. If it falls through, it falls through, but we need to be able to be open new developers coming in to redevelop the property.
Okay, so I just wanted, I'm so glad you said, because I kept saying, where's 6040 Bandera Road? So you're comparing the Sonic next to Bill Miller's,
Yes,
and
so-
now that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, so
Okay,
the one here
I
on
just
the
didn't know
left
where that
is
property
year to
was.
year, where the
Okay.
county took off the building.
Sure.
The building is only valued at $20,000. It's empty. So yeah.
Hey, can you give us an example of how the Sonic can be turned around through this
Absolutely.
program?
So it would, again, so let's go on the Sonic. If the Sonic
Yeah.
were to come in and say that I've had conversations with them, their biggest concern to get somebody in there is the demolishment. Is
Okay.
well, we got to do remodels and things like that. If the city were to come in and they were to apply for one of these grants, we would look at the factors, right? I don't know what's in that Sonic. If there's asbestos free, very doable,
Right.
we can bring it down. However, we're going to have expectations. If there is asbestos and the price is shooting to $50,000, $60,000, it may be a little bit more difficult, but we could help them in other aspects in the tax abatements and things like that. That would all come before the council to make that agreement. Restaurants, if you go throughout towns, throughout the city, San Antonio had a lot of Sonics closed. A lot of them have become different things. Smaller KFCs. KFCs have 3 different sizes. Smaller ones are there. Little Caesars, little taco trucks, little kind of cafes, things, coffee places. So it's there. It has the potential. It's just the vision is not there by some of the developers, or they don't want to do the work. If we were to demolish the building and have it come down, it's a clean slate. It's on Wurzbach. You see the traffic. You see the potential. It's a very good building. It's just at that point the building costs would be on them. We would have requirements for them.
Sure.
We would have to make sure that 12 months after the demolition, plans are in place, and 24 months after demolition, a building is up. That is a requirement for us. If it's not, we will go back and get our money, or we will put a lien on the property.
Okay, so you give them 1 year to turn the
A year-
property around.
A year to turn in plans, 2 years to put a building up.
Okay, 2 years, okay. So 1 year for a plan and 2 years to.
Yeah. So again, and those are kind of hard numbers that we kind of want to stick
Okay.
to, just because everything else could be a little vague, and we can go case by case basis. But we think that realistically, a year is reasonable. 2 years to get a building up is reasonable as well. We don't want to do something unreasonable and say, you know what, you need to have plans in here within the next 2 months, and you need to have a building in 6. That's really unreasonable. So we want to be reasonable at the same time. But yes, we would have a case by case basis. It's not a clearing shut thing, and we remove the funding table.
And this funding would come from the Economic Development
This funding
Community
would come from
Fund?
the Economic Development Fund, yes. As you saw in the executive
Right.
session, we would do a cost-benefit analysis to see a rate of return on a building or on a property. There's always benefits, whether they be financial or non-financial. If we get a doctor's office, let's just hypothetically say we get a doctor's office in the Sonic, they're not going to generate revenue, but you do get rid of the homeless people.
Right.
Bill Miller's is a lot happy. You have a lot more traffic, so you're not going to get that financial benefit, but you get the community benefit behind
Sure.
it.
Gotcha. Okay, well, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Any other questions from my colleagues on this particular agenda item that we are able to act on tonight if you choose? So,
Just a comment, Mayor.
yes, sir. Mr. Campos,
Mr.
please
Salinas,
proceed.
Great presentation. I think you've done a lot of great things in modifying this, so thank you. I'm in support of it when it comes
Okay,
up.
all right. Yes, Mr. Stevens.
Yeah, and I wanted to compliment you on this change as well. I think this is a big step in the right direction, and I look forward to having the first business that uses it come forward, and we see the byproduct of this. So.
Very good. Anyone else? All right. Okay, so what's the pleasure of the council on this?
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the presentation
All
And
right.
I'll second.
All right. Very
as
good.
presented.
I'll second you.
All right, well, so we have a motion by Mr. Campos and a second by Mr. Stevens to approve agenda item 6.4 as presented regarding the new economic development program to demolish and clear vacant lots as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you again, Mr. Salinas, and we'll see what comes our way. Great, thank you. All right, moving then on to announcements. I have a few. Thanks for everyone who came tonight and participated. We really appreciate it, either in person or online. We also want to extend our deepest condolences to the council member Martinez and his family for the loss of his beloved mother, Ida. And then did want to say that we did have a meeting last Thursday. It was actually a follow-up to the retreat, although a big part of it was the budget. But we did get through some other items, and I wanted to just let the citizens know that we had a lot of topics that we still haven't been able to address, but we decided as a body to just add one or two of these topics to future council agenda items so that we will address them. As you can see, COVID numbers are ticking up. That's why I'm wearing a mask and Mr. Campos is wearing a mask. I am not, I tested negative, but still it's out there. Don't ask me how I got it. I went to a wedding and there's 9 of us from the family that went and only 2 of us got it. The other 7 are fine, so who knows. But anyway, it's highly contagious and just stay safe. And I feel fine. The next thing I wanted to say is I've talked to Dr. Caldera, and she has confirmed that the Forest Oaks swimming pool will be open on Saturdays and Sundays for the month of September. But I don't know what those hours are going to be, Dr. Caldera. I'm thinking 10 to 6 maybe, but I'm not 10 to 6, noon to 6. But we'll. 12 to 8. Oh, it'll be 12 to 8 like the regular time. Okay, great. Thank you. Also report it. And then I wanted to also, and I really should have started off, but I just wanted to extend our I don't know how to say this. The horrible fire in Maui has just really gotten to me. I mean, already 100 people dead, and it came on so quickly. And I know that the Commissioners Court last meeting said that our fire rate is higher because of the drought and the dryness. So anyway, just stay safe and keep those people in Hawaii in our thoughts. Thoughts and prayers. I don't know how that's going to happen, but I know you could send probably a donation as well. But I also wanted to thank Mayor Pro Tem Stevens for covering again on Friday at the Comfort Cafe. They did open on August the 11th, last Friday. And I think they're open full time, right?
Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays from 8 to 4.
Okay, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays from 8 to 4. Great, I'll make that note too. Okay, and then last but not least, I just wanted to thank all of our volunteers of all of our committees. I don't know if we thank them enough for their time and effort, and the staff liaisons who help guide these committees. So we do appreciate it because we're always looking for volunteers, but we don't want to take y'all for granted. So thank you. All right, that's all I've got. And Mr. Stevens, would you like to continue?
Oh, sure. Did you get a photo? I just wanted to touch on this. Google had sent these emails out to anybody that has Google Fiber today.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't see
and so
that.
they say a new local access fee will appear on your bill. And I just wanted to point out, because citizens already reached out to me about this, that was sent this morning. But this is not a new local access fee. This is an existing franchise fee. It's just now Google is not going to absorb that cost themselves. They will pass it on to us like all the other telecommunications providers do. So I just wanted to point that out there. This is not any change that the council has made. It's just a change that Google has made that they're attributing to us. So.
Oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Thank
Yeah,
you for pointing that out.
But yeah, so anybody just got these, and then their bill will change slightly next month.
Okay.
It's going to be less, a few dollars. But and the other thing is Councilman Bradshaw and I did go to a Comfort Cafe last Friday, and we ate there, and the food was great. The service was great. If you've never been, it's a good place to try. Those people have stories to tell about their lives. It's most of them are, previously addicted to substances and or alcohol, and so they've gone through a rehabilitation program, and they're all hard workers, and they're good people, good people to talk to. And then the food is excellent, which is just the cherry on top of that. I know it's not like the most desirable business in Leon Valley, doesn't generate sales tax, but nonetheless, I think it has a good function in the community, and it pulls people into our community as well, because that place will start to get packed on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. So.
And also, don't you just make a donation? They don't actually have
so
prices?
So there's not a flat charge. It's
Yeah.
They have like some recommended amounts and stuff, but it's kind of pay what you want. And it all goes to the 501c3, which
Well, that's great. Thank you. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, they're open 8 to 4.
8 a.m. to 4.
Okay,
They have
very
both a lot of good breakfast food. If you look them up on Facebook, they have photos of their food, and the photos they look great in the photos, but it's even better in person.
Oh, that's great. Wonderful. Okay, I'm so glad that y'all were able to represent the city. Thank you so much. Yes, Mr. Campos, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to thank all our citizens who are attending the meeting tonight, as well as all the citizens that are hearing us online. I do want to ask our citizens to please conserve water during this period of drought.
Yes.
It's critical for us as a community in this region. Not only, you touched on the fire needs and how they couldn't get water for their fire hydrants, but that could happen to us in this time of drought in our little water district. And then I do want to point out and thank all of the city staff that helped on the 4th of July. I know we've talked about it before at our last meeting, but I do want to point out, and I think we should really thank the staff that volunteered their time, that didn't get paid any additional compensation, that were there additional hours corralling all the people, making sure everything that went well during that evening, because it was a wonderful event. And Crystal, I know you and your exempt staff were there. You didn't get any additional compensation, and I just want to tell all of you, thank you. Thank you very much.
You bet. Thank you. All right. Councilor Orozco.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one thing. Condolences to the Martinez family for their loss. That's all
You
I have.
bet.
Mayor.
Thank you. And Councilor Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, I want to also offer my condolences to Councilor Martinez and his wife for their loss of his mother. And also for the people of Hawaii in Maui. I've been there a couple times.
Have you? I never have, but I bet it was beautiful.
Yeah, it definitely was. And they talk about these cities and how quickly the fire swept through the wildfire. They said, I saw a headline that said it's the worst, death toll in 100 years in the U.S. So think about it that way. It's devastating. And then, on a more positive note, as Councilor Stevens mentioned, I was able to attend the grand opening on the Comfort Cafe, and it was awesome. When I ordered and they said, okay, 2 pancakes, and I was like, 2 pancakes? I could eat like a stack. Two is not a stack, right? But they're like an inch thick.
Oh, no.
And they were just really good. And so the next day, my aunt and uncle came in town, so we had to go back. And then I tried the Eggs Benedict, and that was the Alamo Eggs Benedict. So I recommend people to go try it out. We actually had another business owner there from the Office Furniture Liquidators. We ran into that was there to support their opening, and he asked us kind of a tough question: what's the best restaurant in Leon Valley? Right, what's the best food in Leon Valley? And we kind of had to think about it for a second, and so it's great that there's other bakeries opening up, the Mom and Son, and as we're finding new things to bring in Leon Valley is always positive. So thank you for that.
Very good. Thank you. I appreciate you attending that as well. All righty. So we'll move then to the city manager's report. Dr. Caldera, you're up.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Your city manager's report was emailed to y'all earlier today, and there's copies outside. I also would like to send my condolences to the Martinez family. On behalf of the city and the residents of Leon Valley, we did send a plant today, and he did email me the picture of the plant he received.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Today. So the other thing is Y'all may have received some emails from a Jimmy Garcia, our code enforcement officer. His email was compromised. So please don't open any emails that you received prior to Monday from him. It looks like he was, his Office 365 was hacked, and so we'll be doing some password. We have 90-day. We kind of got away from that, and so you'll be changing your password every 90 days, and we'll be re-implementing those procedures back for email accounts. And so you may start seeing that pop up on your email account to change your password again. So just to kind of give note. Other than that, it is business as usual.
Well, I was going to say on the Jimmy Garcia email, I have y'all taken the cybersecurity training yet? Okay, so I took the cybersecurity training and I got this Jimmy Garcia email and I went, wait a minute. And I'm so glad I took it because I actually forwarded to Daniel. There's Daniel. And I said, Daniel, should I open this? And he said, no. And I said, yay, I passed, So I didn't encrypt. So anyway, thank you. It's so important for us to get our education and our training. So
And just
anyway.
one more thing. I have 2 counselors that haven't taken the cybersecurity, and we need y'all to take it. I'm not going to
Okay.
call you out on who it is, but I need y'all to take it. Only for the mere fact of it helps our premiums. We do pay for cybersecurity premiums, and when we have all of our elected officials take the cybersecurity training, we get that additional premium. And so it's a very simple test, especially for those of you that are IT savvy.
And there's a deadline.
Can you please email us from your email the correct cyber training to take? Like, just give us the name. Like, because honestly, we don't. Do y'all know the name of the training?
It's the no. It should come from the no before me. It's
Yeah.
generated.
Okay, so that's good for us to. But if you just email us that to confirm,
Sure.
because we do get a lot of these Jimmy Garcia type of
okay.
emails,
Okay.
and I'm not. I think we're being wise if we don't click on things that we
Absolutely.
don't know.
Let me.
So-
I'll send that out to you.
Okay.
So, okay.
So we
So.
know who the 2 are.
There we go. All righty. Thank you so much, Dr. Caldera. All right, we move to the consent agenda items 9.1 through 9.10. Any council member wish to remove one of those items for discussion? If not, may I have a motion and second to approve?
I so move.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Councilor Campos.
Mayor, I did have
Yes.
one question.
Yes, sir.
On item 9.9, the Spirit Halloween request for variance. Where is that going to be? Do we
You know where Tuesday morning is at? And to
Okay.
be honest with you, the sign is kind of up already. It's the banner sign that's already up there. Y'all, the reason I put it on consent agenda is y'all approve it every year. They go in to one of our spaces here in Leon Valley every year.
I just want to make sure it wasn't the Onion House.
Okay.
No, it's there already.
All right,
Okay.
so
Sounds
you're
good.
okay with that
Yep.
one then? Okay. So we do have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda item. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you. All right, we're finished with the regular agenda, and so we'll go to citizens to be heard. Anyone left in our chambers that would like to address the council, please come forward. Okay. Thank y'all for staying. Seeing no one, then we'll go to agenda item number 12, requests from members of the council to add anything to future agenda items. I'll get with you, Dr. Caldera, because mine was not in my book. I had two that I wanted to be sure that was on, but we can talk about that tomorrow.
Sure, and your pipeline wasn't added. I completely forgot to attach it when we set up
Oh,
the agenda,
okay.
so it was
Oh,
my,
it
it was my
was
error.
wasn't
Nope.
just me.
Nope,
Okay,
nope,
so
it was my
I was
error.
like, where's the pipeline? Where's the
I
pipeline?
just didn't click the attach button.
Okay, that's fine.
And so, but we can get together tomorrow.
Okay, we'll get together tomorrow. Yes, sir.
I think, Doctor, you had mentioned that you're going to put the legislative changes that we're going to have for the September.
Yeah, so y'all have a couple of things that y'all didn't get to address at the retreat. And so my plan is to, look at the agenda with the mayor and like if we have another light agenda like this, it would be to add those items. Unfortunately, we had posted this agenda already or probably would have added that item onto this agenda. But we had already moved forward with this agenda already. So on your next agenda, even though we have the budget, it seems like we won't have to go into great detail on that. I may be able to add one or two of your retreat items that are remaining, and that's one of them.
Sounds great. Okay, any other questions or comments? All right. So, if there's no objection, then we move to adjourn the meeting at 8:15 on Tuesday, August 15th. Y'all, thank you. Take care, and we'll see you at the next meeting, which is September the 5th. We stand adjourned.
Will you do me a favor and shred them though? Shred them.
I took some over there to get it. Well, I mean, just to get the quote, but I need to. I need to buy some plywood.
Huh?
Get a lot of red ink on those, would you?
No, I just cut you the Microsoft Office.
Okay. Yeah, I've been working on the current one, trying to beef it up.
Yeah, I think what we'll do for we'll get it in the next budget round. Definitely, because Mr. Campos specifically, and then especially after this happened, they're gonna want to add it. But
What I can do is I can hold on to the 5 licenses that we have.
yeah.
Because it's like $200 and something in there.
Yeah.
And then I'll mirror it with one we have and get as much security as I can into it.
Yeah.
Because I can draw on like RSOC and I can draw on CIS and stuff like that to get some of those things beefed up.
Yeah.
I had to run and go take care of a personal thing with my son there and just
No. That was the only thing. I just cut the 72,000 Microsoft Office 365.
Okay. So we still have all the computers for the library and fire and okay. Cool.
Yep.
So not too much, really.
No. I
didn't
mean,
have to buy you a pen, a red pen.
no. I mean, I cut from. I tried to take from everybody, so nobody felt left out.
I mean, that was huge.
And that was a good chunk. And then it wasn't something that was like on me. Like we could float one more year without it. And I'm hoping once we get the RFPs in for the phone, I can make the justification of like, hey, it's probably going to be a switch to Microsoft Office 365. So we can start moving towards the phone system and save 30,000-40,000 in phones. You know what I mean? Like, but I just gotta once we go out for the RFP, then I can get the quote from Microsoft Office 365, and we can show them like, here we are. We did budget for your phone system. However, you could really cut costs if we moved in this direction.
Gotcha. Yep.
And so maybe we could do like a mid-year transfer. Like, if we say we adopted one like mid-year in FY24, and we say, okay, we're gonna stay with AltaWorks, but we're gonna start winging off of AltaWorks to move to Microsoft Office 365. Would y'all like to do a budget adjustment of $10,000 so we could start migrating, that kind of thing, and then like ease into it. So the next year we're not asking for almost 2,000, we'll be asking for
Perfect.
60 something.
Yep.
But with an offset of we're getting rid of the $30,000, $40,000 AltaWorks.
Yeah, and we may be able to pull out a server for next year.
Okay.
Because we're good on those servers. The only thing that we're going to have to really spend some money on, especially in PD, is to put in an updated version of the server software because it's not CGIS compliant right now.
Oh, okay.
Only one of those. Everybody else has got some that's not in compliance, but those we can go in as we can.
Okay.
Very cool. I think one of the things I told you is I'm comfortable with doing more with less.
It's one of those things.
I don't.
But they go to this rehab, or it's run next to Renegade Star out in, and I think they're for, totally like sobered up. I guess they have the medicinal.
But I'd like to add
And I think so that's generally how they start on track with the program. And then if they like successful, I guess like they're recovered, then they go into a sport program.
it is a box, but they buy some of the old school directors.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, no, I mean, I just completely forwarded it to myself because it's so much easier.
Oh, yeah. I would have it anymore.
Yeah.
You know, like how the old cover guy had yeah, because there's a lot of, well, I don't know if there's any more now, but.
I circulated it.
Yeah. What did you order there? I got like a waffle. Yeah, so I got waffles, and then they asked for like dairy waffles, you know, so there was dairy. But then they asked me if I wanted them to put like you can call it something, cream cheese essentially in the middle. So I added that. Yeah. And it was like it was good though. I was you know it was it was like very with yeah cream cheese, but I mean just looking around at all the focus speakers and I mean it all looked, I don't think there's like anything you could order this. I love burgers. So I actually that they would write on our thing or something that suggested amount. So apparently at the whole place they had a sign somewhere that said like recommended amount, and it's like they said. I mean, at least what I was told was like $15. I was told by like another guest $15 per person for like you know for your drink and food and a dessert if you're like at lunch or whatever. But so that's what you know. Then you can they say to like leave it to the top. But I mean, if you went in and you walked out, I don't think they were. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We do it every quarter. Well, that's not what yeah. I done great for us. Well, we do it every quarter because it's so much. Like several years ago, we can't invest like in the stock market. But there are so many ways. Well, so I was under the impression it was like a big fee, like they charge like $70, like the flat dollar, and as in the past they absorbed that cost. But now they're gonna pass it through. I mean, it'll be.
All right, guys.
Good night.
Yeah. She had one too. Oh yeah. We actually because ours is franchise is the discrimination we have for San Antonio's is like it is an investment. It's like 16% of each area. Yeah. Well, no. So they permitted to the city. So like that's actually 1/3 of their operating revenue is CPS franchise. Yeah, they make so much money. Probably makes it a lot easier. Yeah, good one. So you all see that as you did it in.
That's why I said Thursday. I really wanted to talk about Wednesday.
Okay, so Crystal, tomorrow, I'll call you 3 o'clock tomorrow. On phone, can we do phone or Zoom or something?
Phone's easier. Zoom will work
I've got, just about 7 or 8 items.
Sure, 2:30, 3 o'clock?
Yeah, that sounds good. Thank you. Good night, thank you, bye-bye. Y'all take care.
The only one that's writing for the line for as far as elected officials is the mayor. In the past, I've had lots of council members that had their own articles, and so, well, if you make it political, if you're talking something that you're passionate about, like, then you can't. I've had council members in the past that are passionate about finances, passionate about whatever their particular topic is, right in the line drawer, if that's something you want to highlight.
Up until today. The last time I was here, I was
Ask for a copy. I started looking online today, but I never knew that. Very interesting.
I mean, well, you know, like I always tell, because I've had a council person in the past. So you have 20 million in tax pool, and you have, you know, 2 million, savings in the bank, roughly 2.5. Whatever expenditures we have going on. Is out of the 20 million, roughly 15 million. However, we do get a return in our investment, you know, because we're investing the citizens' money, and it's a safe investment. You know, and Vicky can explain it way better than I can, but $1 net increase, like so when the market goes, like it just you don't gain an interest, but it just stops. You don't lose money. And so it's a great story to tell when next year we're projecting $300,000 next year. That's a great story to tell. But yes, if you're not familiar with it.
All right.
Well, hopefully, have you been asymptomatic for the most part?
Today, I was feeling lousy on Sunday. I don't feel bad.
Well, my husband and my daughter got it last year, and I never got it, but I kicked him out. We had a guest lecture. I kicked him out. Like, you stay in the middle of something here. I'm like, I can't get sick. And so I didn't, or if I did, I was asymptomatic, but I tested at home twice with the home test. And
Okay, it's going to be like a head cold.
yeah.
You'll be okay.
I've had, whatever number they're on now, I stopped. I was like, it's like the flu shot. I'll take it some years I don't. I'm like,
Then they want to know, hey, did you take it after September? Anyway,
all
thanks
right,
a lot.
good night, have a good night.
Take care. Have a good night, sir. Have a good night.
Will you get the light?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So,
That lady called about her mother buying a house